And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome back into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon, and I'm a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. You might say, what is a 3D printing variety streamer? Well, it means I do just about everything. We do everything from uh, building and assembling 3D printers from, commercial companies to modifying those printers to doing full up printer builds like the ones you see behind me, which is what we'll be getting into today. But we also do 3D prints, like some of the stuff you see behind me on my helmets and stuff, as well as some prototyping. So welcome on in, everybody. How's everybody doing this morning? I see Mr. Wizix and Lucas Player. Welcome on in. Who else might we have sneaking around? Feel Sunny, Mark Zink, Person. Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on in. So, yep, it is a Saturday. It is a Black Box Build Saturday, which means we're rocking our KB3D merch, KB3D coffee cup. Why, you say? Well, because KB3D sponsors the channel, but they're also sponsoring this build that we're working on today, which is the Black Box. Yeah, which is sponsored. Hey, Matt, welcome on in. So on the weekday streams, and once again, sorry I wasn't on Thursday, but I was picking up Mrs. Dragon, and yeah, been gone for a month, so I decided not to stream, but spend the evening with her and just relax and have a good time. But on Tuesday, we were working on our two BattleBot build, right? So here's our 150 gram BattleBots. I was able to get everything fully wired up. Excuse me. I've got both BattleBots fully wired up. I just need to cut the plastic covering that's going to cover our electronics. We're going to do that simply by cutting plastic off of a water bottle, just an Evian 1 liter water bottle. We're going to cut this up and make covers for this and add our wheels. I did get the new wheels in, but I don't want to say they're small, but I got to just be careful and make sure that it'll sit level and not at an angle one way or the other. And if they do, then I'll switch over to the other ones, which may bust the weight limit. Those are the choices that I have. Now, let me go ahead and show this to you folks. We'll take Pinkbot here. We're just going to plug in our battery, flip our switch, and the light on the receiver counts as our go juice light, so that's good. We'll turn on our receiver. Everything's connected up. And we've got movement and proper movement on our wheels. I know you can't see that, but I've got that configured. But watch our head here. That's barely cracking the throttle. Now let's see as I ramp this up and see if you guys can hear this as it ramps up. Hopefully you can hear this. Hopefully me talking will help it come across. This thing is wicked crazy fast. So if you're at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest next weekend, stop by my table and we'll check this out. Like I said, I'm not sure if the noise canceling covered that up, but yeah, I am thoroughly impressed with this and how much this little tiny quadcopter motor can spin this. I mean, it's crazy. It's like a little scary. But for now, let me go ahead and move this off the table to make room. And we're going to bring Blackbox stuff up here onto the table. And then today after stream, I've got to get everything packed up because Mrs. Dragon's leaving tomorrow morning. So we've been working on the remainder of our wiring. So we do have the remainder of our wiring looms done. We're going to need to cut up a USB-C cable for powering the Raspberry Pi. And I know you're going to say, well, why not power it through the GPIOs? That's because connecting a Raspberry Pi up to the Duet board through the ribbon cable, they actually connect to the entire 40-pin header and there's no pass-throughs. So we can't connect to the GPIO power on the Raspberry Pi. We have to come in. So I bought some cheap PD cables. These aren't even, these are just the standard cable, not like the nice nylon woven covered cables, because I knew I was going to cut this to size. We've got the other three wiring harnesses that are going to go up to the tool head. And if you got a good eye there, you'll notice that is red. Well, we got red, blue, orange, black. So apparently our good friends at KB3D don't carry green cable, but they do have orange. So figured it was KB3D build, so why not replace it with orange? Oh yeah, it's crazy speedy. And then these other cables right here, we can't install these yet because once again we are missing one of the cables there. But I did get notice that my one of the sets of 20 gauge black cable is arriving today via USPS. So it'll probably won't be here in time for the stream, but I will be able to finish these these four harnesses. And these are so this one right here is the harness that goes from the 3HC expansion board, the Duet expansion board, to the FDM tool mount. So this will be the tool dock side. And then this will be the last one from the tool dock to the actual tool head. So the only thing I was missing was some 20 gauge black. And I kept joking around with Breezy that if, since he didn't have any black and I had to order some, if it wasn't coming in soon, I might have to like finish these out with red. Just because it's killing me to not be able to finish it out. But I should be able to finish these four cables today, even if it's not on stream. And I will get these finished and installed so that next stream, which will be 2 weeks from now, we can get right into fully mounting mounting the left enclosure panel, which has to be in place before we can mount the water cooler. Okay. So we will install these four cables today, and then we will start working on prepping the parts for our, and I'm going to take this off because it's already starting to get hot. We're going to prep our parts for the water cooling and enclosure mounts. So that when we get back from Rocky Mountain, we should be able to just start assembling everything. Okay. Yeah, I think they do have an affinity for orange there, Mr. Wizix. Hey, MakerMind Nexus, how's it going? Welcome on in, my friend. And by the way, to all the companies that are out there, simple things like this. Quick little thank you and some candy thrown in a box. I mean, this goes a long way. Even if I don't eat it, somebody in the family will eat it, or I've got plenty of kids in the neighborhood I can give it to. Um, this gives you something fun to, just a little bit of like, hey, thanks for being a customer. We care. And gives you something to chew on or whatever while you're building with whatever you just got in. So with that, um, trying to think what I want to do first. You know what? Rather than mounting these just yet, we will get to these later on in the stream. We will get these installed today. Let's start working on doing some of the um, prep work that we need to do for the enclosure. Let me switch over to this window. And yeah, so we're going to be working on the enclosure. Like I said, we're not installing anything, but I need to go through and start doing all the prep work. That'll let us continue to do stuff on Blackbox Saturday and make it so that we're ready to start installing everything once we come back from Rocky Mountain. Okay. And once we come back from Rocky Mountain, we should be able to quickly bang on the one left side panel, get the water cooling stuff plumbed out, and then we should be ready to start going on some commissioning stuff. One of the things I'll be talking about with Breezy next weekend is getting hold of the commissioning guide so I can look through it ahead of the stream. So we're going to have some printed parts preparation, and just like last time, I went ahead and printed the parts out ahead of time. I just need to figure out which. Okay, yes, this is the part. And I just realized I'm sitting here working with black parts on a black table again. So let me go ahead and get my white background going here. So what we're looking for are all of these parts, and there could be 16 of them. Okay. And these are weird little shaped parts. Okay. And these are going to mount into those corner pieces and use basically gravity to hold our panel parts in place. Hey, good morning, Britt. How are you doing this morning, nerd? Hope you're doing well. Um, sorry I have not been on streams the last couple of weeks, or at least as much as yeah, I haven't been on as much as I normally am. Just a lot of stuff going on with work and Mrs. Dragon coming home, so trying to get everything prepped for that. So it looks like we're going to install M4 heatset inserts on these. And there is a printed part orientation. So rather than go on this side where that hole's all set, we're going to go on the other side where the hole is pretty much centered. And you'll see the way this angles up. So we're putting the heat sets in on this side. And we're going to do that for all 16 of these. So let me try and get these in the proper orientation. I think they're all pretty close. Yeah. And then we'll bring our heat set insert tool. We have the M3 in here, so we'll need to take that out. Get our M4 in there. There's been a couple of times I've been in there just listening, Britt. But yeah, just Just trying to hang out a little bit and listen while I'm doing other things. Or M3 out. Freeze. There we go. I feel like I've been dealing with the onset of a sinus infection. Need to try and get that squared away before Rocky Mountain. Who all is heading out to Rocky Mountain next week? I know Makermind is. Britt, once we get back from Rocky Mountain, we're going to get back onto the Dio build. I need to print the replacement parts for the larger size servos, and then we'll get going on that. To use this on a flat surface. You wish, Matt? Okay. What is this Rocky Mountain thing? Uh-huh. Okay, Dan. So Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Fest is turning out to be the largest stateside Rep Rat festival. They had close to 3,000 people last year for their inaugural event, and they're looking to blow that out of the water this year, to the point where last year they had, I believe it was 18,000 square feet in one hall. And this year they got the adjoining hall, so they're going to double the size of the floor space. And we're going to have all kinds of people there and presenters there. I will be there. Mrs. Dragon leaves, tomorrow morning. We're going to get up, have breakfast. By the way, this is what we're doing. Okay, we're going to do this for all 16. We're going to get up and have breakfast, and then Mrs. Dragon's taking off to start driving out there. So after stream today, I got to get the car packed. Evil Diesel came by this morning and brought the Death Racer over. We'll be debuting there. But we'll have a Death Racer. We'll bring our battle bots. We'll have several printers. We'll have printers at my table. We'll have a printer over at KB3D's table. We'll have various prints going throughout the days, and we'll just be chatting it up and talking about the projects we've done and the projects we've got going forward into the new year. Yeah, you've got to get back on the droid. Yeah, I need to start doing get in and do some sanding on the bodies for Chopper so that I can get them painted. And I say get them as in I've got a body, we'll call it a standard body, and then one that has the front arm that'll swing out. So I'm going to get them both painted and prepped, and then kind of make a decision on the fly as to which one I use, or potentially have the ability to swap them out. Who knows? Who knows? But the Dio droid is, we just need to get the get the new servos installed, reprint the parts and mount those new servos, get everything put back together, and we should be pretty close to done with Dio. And then I figure while I'm out there doing standing, I'll work on putting together the uh, Imperial Mandalorian Commando armor set so that I can also work on getting that uh, painted up as well. So 3D Printopia may be the inaugural event for my first cosplay. Me and Britt will have droids there. I'll do a little cosplay. Of course, we'll have printers there. Black Box will have its debut, or at least my Black Box will have its debut at Murph. I plan on bringing it to both Murph and 3D Printopia. And then, let's see, we've got coming back from Murph, some of the projects on deck include finishing up the Rage Rabbit carrot feeder tuning so that we can get some multicolor prints going. We'll have the rebuild of the trad rack. We'll have um the MMU3 should be coming in soon. And we have a VZBot 235 build. We will have a Millennium Machines Milo coming in, probably shortly after Murph, or I'm sorry, Remurph. And there may be some projects that we are talking about at Remurph. So once that gets solidified, we'll start talking about that. Oh, hey, Zombie, welcome in. Thank you for the 7 months worth of subscription. That's awesome. Are you all ready for Remurph, or are you still losing your mind? Because I know Evil Diesel just brought over the uh, the Death Racer, and so I've got to work on finishing packing out the stuff to get it in the car. Because that's the thing is anything that's big has to go in the car. And Mrs. Dragon's leaving first thing tomorrow morning. We're gonna get up and have breakfast, and then she's hitting the road. And me and Evil Diesel will fly Friday and come up Friday and help KB3D get set up, and then set up ourselves, do the show, and then Monday we'll start on Monday. But we've got to get up, go down to Denver, um, pick up a U-Haul, load a U-Haul, have lunch with my mother-in-law and brother-in-law, and then we're going to hit the road and start driving back with a 15-foot U-Haul. Might have to toss in a trip to Micro Center and see what other things I can get in trouble with. Hey, Shenanigans, how's it going? I don't know if Free Heathen's here lurking around, so I might have to refer to you as Carrot, but it's all good. So we're going to locate the door hinges, and these also get M4 heat sinks. Now, trying to figure out, because I think I have like two complete sets, so I think I have extras is my point. So I don't know why. I think I had them both on there, and then I said print them all. Because I think there's just one door, and that's the whole front panel, not two. So probably have extras. These are actually the hinge supports, not the hinges themselves. Okay. I think those were doubled up in these. So your hinge supports will have the word top on the side. They're a little bit thicker than your like backer spacers, right? So you want the thicker ones. Hey, Built Over Bot, welcome in. Hey, Steve Builds, how's it going? Steve Builds, I understand that your black box kit may be on the way. Have you got it already? What about us that can't read? You're just looking for what looks like words, right? That's all. You're just looking for something that looks like words versus something with. Okay, so you've had yours. All right, then you're also waiting for your linear wire harness, I'm assuming. So, um, I've been building my wiring harness by hand. I almost have it done, but hopefully you get a linear wiring harness soon. You're not forced to build your own once you hit that stage. All right, so we're going to need some M4s again, and we might need to be careful we don't burn through the top of our plastic part there. It's not hard, and I know that you've built enough wiring harnesses. It's just extremely, extremely tedious, especially when I'm waiting on wire. But I should have the rest of the wire that I need to get completed today. It's coming in via the post office, so probably won't get here before we're done with the stream for the day. Yeah, and you keep seeing me jerk my hand away because these are going almost all the way through right to the. I keep burning myself on the other side. I should have enough to keep these flat though. And we're making sure that these are going in where the top is readable. So you can follow your orientation appropriately. There we go. Once again, there's our word top. That's the side that we go in and put our heat sets in. Yeah, and there's been a few kinks. Right now, it's just been some supply chain issues. So really, the biggest issue we had was we got a bunch of M5 sized rolling T nuts for the 4040 extrusions, and that was simple enough to replace. But I think KB said that about half of the stock he received was M5 versus M4. He goes, we have nothing that runs M5, so he had to send a bunch back to his supplier to get them fixed. So there was that. There was, I had one of two of the worm drive gears that was actually a 3 millimeter bore instead of the 4 millimeter bore. So lucky me. But I managed to get that drilled out and we're good. Um, the wiring harnesses still haven't come in. That's been a supply chain issue with Lineo. And then the actual black stop Hall effect sensors, the inserts that we required are M5 by 0.5 fine thread cap to install. Um, those are Those should be being made now by Chris. He was waiting on getting a machine set back up fully, be able to make those and ship them. He might even bring those with him to Rocky Mountain for me. I don't know. Locate the two door hinges. We need the left side, as these are vertically printed and fully closed holes. We expect that a 5 millimeter reamer will be needed to achieve proper concentricity. Before proceeding, be sure that a 5 millimeter steel shaft can be inserted in. So these are um, our door hinges set up. So what we need to do is go through and ream these holes on both sides, make sure that we're good. And like I said, I think I printed an extra pair of those. So I just need to worry about doing the two. And grab my 5 millimeter reamer. Of course, all of these moved around. So all in all, basically what I'm saying is not too many snags yet on this kit. And it is the first, I do have the first full kit that's out in the wild. And in fact, I'm verifying the wiring harness bomb and have found a few things. And in talking with Chris, I'm the only one that's built a wiring harness based on the bomb, except for him and Linnea. And even the one wiring harness that I got from Chris was pinned wrong. Uh, Easy enough. I just used my pin removal tool for the microfits and swapped out a couple of pins. Folks, give me 1 second. I'm going to need to step off stream real fast. Okay, sorry about that. Like I said, I've been dealing with some sinus issues lately. We'll go ahead and push through this with the reamers and then we'll just make sure that we've got these fully done. Coffee time? There you go. Definitely. Okay, so those are reamed out, ready to go. Check with a 5 millimeter pin. Which 5 millimeter Onyx one. I think the good thing is we're getting down to where there's not a whole heck of a lot in here anymore. So it's always nice when you start getting rid of boxes and things start getting slimmed down. We're just going to check the fit of our pens now. Yep, that's going to go in. It's nice and snug fit, which is good. We don't want it really loose because this is going to hold the weight of our door. So that's good. Excess force will result in a stiff hinge. I don't know fine excess force, but I mean, it takes a little bit, but it should be good. Um, Now we're going to fully assemble the hinge. Um, okay, and good to know that on these printed parts, there should be a place. I don't know if I can get it to be right there where you can put in an M3x4 set screw. So if for whatever reason your parts are loose, you can use a set screw to make these a little bit tighter, but I don't think that's going to be an issue for. I just realized it talks about using a 5 millimeter steel shaft to check it out, but it doesn't actually tell us which size steel shaft to use. When we assemble these, it should be the M5x45s because I think those are the only steel shafts we have left. Um, I will double, triple, quadruple check here in a second. But I believe that's the only ones we have left. Hey, Pseudo Bamboo, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Good morning. Hey, Pez Liz, good morning. We are just doing some preparatory work for the enclosure and the water cooling setup. Preparatory work because I'm not going to install any part of the enclosure until I get the wiring completed. Oh, geez. All right, folks. Um, we're going to, yeah. We just knocked over our fastener box. Luckily, it should have affected just the stuff on the bottom. So bear with me a moment. And the nice thing is some of these are the M4s and some of these are the M5s. That's going to be fun. As far as the big ones here, I'll have to dig those out and figure those out when we hit them, or I'll do it before the next stream when we actually install the enclosure, because that's the next place we'll be using them probably. Um, so yes, bear with me, folks. These should all be. But yes, I just did knock over all of my fasteners. Let me get these squared away. Good thing is at least the top didn't have as many. Um, M3x45. That's there, right button here. Sorry, folks. Okay, so these are my M3s. These are either going to be my 4s or 5s. And this is why I normally keep the lids on here and keep them out of the way. But the fact that we've gone this far in the build and that's the first time I've knocked it over, um, I'll take that as a semi-win. Oof, that was fun. Yeah, pseudo bamboo. Lots of printers. Um, we've got lots of printers behind us. I counted. I think I've got like 13 or 14 printers in this room. I've got 8 in the dining room and another 3 in another bedroom. So yeah, and that doesn't count the three Mark threes, the Ender 3, and the Flying Bear Reborn 2 that's over at Evil Diesel's house, which we refer to as Dragon Den Site B. Yeah, and that's the thing is I've left most of it in the bags, which, like I said, normally I would have had everything broken out in, you know, standard container like this. And if that was open and knocked it over, whoops, if if this was open and I knocked this over, yeah, that would have been bad. That would have been bad. So that's why I try to make sure that we don't, you know, we don't do things like that. So assemble the 2 hinges. Let me go ahead and do that and verify real fast that um, and yeah, this has to be the M5 by 45s because it's the only other ones that we have left. So we'll put our 2 hinges together. Um, oh, good morning, Bexy Beans, and thank you for the alert. Welcome on in. So we're just going to line these up. Work on getting these lined up and push our rods in, our steel pins in. And these should be recessed a little bit on each side. So we're going to have to try and push these in a little bit more by hook, by crook, by something. Hmm. What would be an easy way for me to do this without causing myself undue? And these are not, I'm not going to call them stiff, but they're definitely not like free floating yet. They'll wear in over time, but that's good in my opinion. You don't want them overly stiff, but I really don't want them to be loose either because I've had doors that have pretty much just open on. In fact, I have one of my Boron doors that if I'm not careful, it'll open up on its own in the middle of a print. A little early for you, yeah. Probably a little early for Steve, but Steve strikes me as the type of guy that gets up early anyhow. And Steve, you're going to be driving to Remurf, right? Okay, so that's done. Next up, we'll have our door hinge knob. So this part, and we need to put some M3 inserts into it. So I'm letting this cool down some. You may need to hold off a second on putting the M3 inserts in there. And of course, then we go back to putting M4 inserts into this one. So let me go ahead and heat the M4s back up and we'll hold off on the M3 for now. And like I said, at this part, we're just doing parts prep basically. Um, because I do not want to install any of the enclosure until I get the rest of the wiring done, because especially the wiring that goes into the FDM tool docks, which are the ones that I'm waiting on some 20 gauge cable to show up for. That is the left side of the printer, and that's the first panel we put on, and we have to put that panel on before we do the water cooling, because that's where the water cooling, um, like the radiator, the fan, and everything. Okay, back up to temperature. And by the way, Zombie, just like you said, you're glad that we're doing the black box builds to work out all the kinks. Um, I'm glad you're doing your tap changer build and your micron tap changer build, because I may be picking your brain on that stuff at Rocky Mountain. And the first thing I'm going to ask is on your micron, um, did you get taller uprights, or did you actually just lose, take the hit on print volume? Okay, so on this piece, we're going to be using this piece, which is basically like a hollow sleeve, right? That our door hinge is going to slide into. Door hinge is not in this box. Or is it in that box? That is latched. No knocking that over again. Here's the door hinge. We'll go ahead and open the door hinge up. We're going to take the magnetic part here. This gets slid into the recess in here. Probably going to be somewhat tight fit, but it should fit nonetheless. Might have to use one of your X drivers or something to get it fully seated so that the holes will line up all the way through. Trying to make sure that we weren't going to have to do any more heat sets, and I don't think there's anything else that's going to take a heat set, so we should be good. I have a couple of spares of these because I printed it in a weird orientation. You really want to print this either straight up and down or on that side so that you've got a very small overhang. Otherwise, it doesn't print very well. Some M4x8 flathead screws. We'll go find those. I believe are on the lower deck. So we'll take some M4x8s. And these are going to go into our heat sets that we put in. I did those flush mounts, and that's kind of looking like it could have been recessed a little bit, but it doesn't show it. It's being recessed there, kind of sort of possibly there. Interesting. Actually, let me rephrase. That would be why. Because that metal part that we just did, we're going to insert on front of it. Recently, yeah, exactly, Pez. You're going to be lurking. You sent the thingy and they snapped at me, so got to be chilling with you guys. Uh-oh. Somebody got upset. Well, too bad for that somebody. All right, so we're going to take this part. We're going to put that magnet sleeve that we just put in front of it, line things up, and our flathead screws are going to go through it and hold this part in place. Only 4 sleeps until heading out. And like I said, you are driving, right, Steve? And are you bringing Phoenix with you for the Voron booth, or is Phoenix staying where it's at? Okay, so there's our magnet on this front piece here. And now we're going to get into some more M3 heat set inserts. So bear with me one second. Get those over. Like I said, I think a couple of those are excess. I'm going to take this and got that done. We still need to put our M3 heat sets into there. And we're going to need the parts for the panel due. Which did I'm now looking at going, I'm not sure if I printed the panel due. We will grab the panel due though, just to see if I may have. I did not. So I can't believe that I would not have printed that. Bear with me, folks. So it wasn't printed because I don't think it was in the standard files. Because I never sliced it. So give me one second. Either that or I might not have sliced it because it wouldn't fit in the K3. I meant to put it on something else. No, I didn't print it because it's not in the files. Chris, Chris isn't here, is he? Hey, Not So Dirt, how's it going? Welcome on in. My apologies. I'm looking over here trying to figure out what happened. And what happened is we're missing a file for the actual panel due mount. Okay. Well, I will prep this part off stream because I'm going to have to try and extract it from the CAD or get it from either Poity or Breezy. So I can't prep this on stream, but I will prep it off stream. Sweet. This gets some M3 and M2 heat sets. We would be able to mount the 7-inch panel due. Display wiring, which I definitely have done up already. And a backer plate. Hey, Steve Builds, if you're there and available, you see in the files that you've downloaded and printed or have for print, do you see the panel due mounts anywhere in the STLs? Because I'm not seeing them. We just take a quick gander at we'll take a quick gander at the Blackbox. Um, so this is the Blackbox GitHub site. Hey, good morning, Royal Nomi. Welcome on in. STLs. All these are a couple of months ago, so enclosure. Oh, there they are. It's under the enclosure, not the electronics. Once again, why did I not print that out yet? I think that's why, because I have a feeling, now that I know where to look, let me try and pull it up out of the enclosure. Yeah, that's it's just too big to fit on. So it's too big to fit on the Annex Engineering K3. So I do have to print that on something else. So I'll print that over here on Dragon, but I'm going to have to do some filament swappage. So bear with me while I heat some things up. So filaments. And that way we'll be able to work on that and get that plugged in. Probably isn't going to get done today. In fact, let me see if I've actually got the files sliced already. I don't even have them sliced up, so let me get those. Sorry, folks. In fact, I'm also going to have to check and see. Yes, that one does have it. Need to check and see and make sure I had an obsidian nozzle in there. Otherwise, I'll be swapping out I'd be swapping out a nozzle after printing this. So let me just get this sliced up real fast while we're chatting. Hey, hobby mate, welcome on in. Hope everybody's doing fine. So we got our M3 heat inset in here. We're going to go ahead and do the heat inset for the door handle. Just going to be doing some jumping around as we try and get these other parts going on the printer. Probably a good thing anyhow that I had to pull the filament out of the Annex Engineering because, well, we may be bringing that with us to remote. We're still trying to figure out the actual we're still trying to figure out our whatever reason it wants me to home before I can unload filament. That's weird. Um, but yeah, uh, I'm thinking I may have the room to put the K3 in the car. After stream today, I'm gonna finish packing up the boxes and get the big stuff in the car. So that Mrs. Dragon can leave first thing in the morning. And once I start putting things in there, it'll make a quick determination of whether or not I can squeeze the K3 in as well. And if I can, then I'll have the K3 at Rocky Mountain. There we go. I need to look back on Steve and Nero's EasyBot builds to see if there's any gotchas on the printed parts so that I can get those prepped and ready. Oh, okay, so where are we at? We were working to get printers warmed up and filament swapped. Was good. That one's good. Load. Okay. All right, bear with me, folks, while I do the filament swaps. So my Priline is a polycarbonate carbon fiber filament. So as such, I've been printing it directly out of a dry box and normally running it in the dry box while I'm printing. So the I will have this out freely as we're printing today. And I cooked, quote unquote, cooked it last night, so it should be good. And let me throw you guys up on the big screen so you can sort of see what I'm doing. Yes, I am having to pull my boron out some so I can get my spool off the back. Then grab my Priline to put in there. This is kind of what Zombie and Nero were talking about as far as spool holders in the back of a printer and not having ready access to the back of a printer, making life more difficult. And yet most new printers hitting the market either have the filament at the rear of the machine or at a fixed point on the machine, which is also just as bad because if it's at a fixed point on the machine, you can't, it doesn't give you an option of where to put it, and you wind up having to find new mounting options. So, okay. The drop the temperature down there so it doesn't keep oozing while everything heats up. Let that one cool off. Come over here and get the parts ready to go. Hmm. All right, folks, bear with me 1 second while I'm looking into this. Okay, that's done. Out. Yeah, and this is a pretty big size mount apparently. It's gonna take almost 4 hours to do. See if we can't get this started quickly. Yeah, so we'll get that started. We'll get the other piece loaded as well. All right, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it's going to take a few hours for these to print because once again, that panel due, um, this is not. This thing is not a small screen. So I mean that's a pretty massive screen. So yeah, this is going to take a while for that print to go. I apologize for not having that done ahead of time, but we can we can work and mount this in the next Blackbox stream, and we'll just keep moving along in our preparations. Yeah, and so those files, you would think it's the screen, it's in the electronics. It's not. It's in the enclosure piece. So we'll go ahead and get that prepped, heat inserts and stuff, and then we'll assemble it on the next stream, get it mounted on the printer. Floor panels, we can't do the floor panels until we get the rest of the wiring done. And so I think we're done on preparatory steps that we can do in this particular piece. So let's look over at the water cooling and see if there's any prep things that we can do over on this side. Yep, we can. So we'll grab these, and for now we'll put these other prep parts back in here for the next stream. We got a spare set of hinges and a spare set of backers just in case. Why? Because we know ourselves. We break things occasionally. thinking about using an 8-inch DSI connected screen on yours? Okay. That would be interesting. Why would you do that versus the panel do? Because wouldn't that also impact your wouldn't that impact your panels and everything? Okay, looks like it's this piece here, not the open piece, but the other piece. So we're going to put M3s here and one in the top. We got an ad break in progress, so actually the one in the top and then two in the front side there. So on Tuesday's stream, we may um, go ahead and do the panel do stuff. I think Tuesday's just going to be a another laid back build day, chat and chill, and do little small things that we needed to do for specific projects. So we may do any more prep work like with the panel do stuff. Okay, Steve, take care. Um, and then we're going to do two more on this side. We're also going to build something new from Iconic Fab. So we all have been seeing some hype about their test rig. Well, we're going to build one to have that for future builds so that we can bench test our electronics and do some configurations ahead of having everything installed on the printer. Just makes it a little bit easier, especially if you're dealing with things like CAN bus, where you need to pretty consistently jump over and do like on your CAN bus, when you're doing your tool heads, you have to do one part with a USB cable and then cable everything up and do the rest. And when you've got everything on a printer, that just becomes a little bit of a hassle. So being able to do it on the bench is so much nicer. So we're going to build a test rig there. And one of the other things I've been itching to do that we're probably going to do is build a benchtop power supply that we can also use to then work on some of our electronics projects and run power into our electronics project. So I think that'll be something pretty cool. The next piece we're going to need to work on is this one. And you got your two tabs here and your one lone spot right there for an M3 heat set insert. Then it wants us to secure the fan housing to the pump housing using M3 by 8 socket head cap screws. So we can go ahead and do that while we're here. M3 by 8 socket head cap screws. Down here. So that's going to take this housing with the tabs, flip it right in there. We use our M3 by 8 socket head cap screws to connect these. Hey, Westry One, how are you doing? Welcome in. Otter's Danger Den, welcome in. How many parts do you think there will be to this build? At least one more to get the physical build done, and then we'll get into the commissioning process. Yeah, this is not a simple build, and a couple of my streams, like at least one of my streams, was 8 hours. Okay. Got this. We've got this. Oh, so this is the next piece we're looking at, kind of like a retainer. And we're going to put a M3 heat set insert right here at the top. Hey, Nova Ninja, welcome on in. I am doing good. I am doing good. Ooh, making soup. What kind of soup, Liz? You know you can't start talking food on the stream and not tell us, deets. We need the deets. What you're seeing me do there is I get it pretty darn close to being down and in there and flush. And then I'm using the side of my bench, which is metal, to push it the rest of the way in, and then going back and forth, which will burnish the end and get rid of any plastic that's raised up over the side. Your head still hurts. What'd you do to your head there, sis? Now on our 6 little clamp pieces here, we're going to install an M3 heat set insert from, we'll say the underside of the clip. And I like to do that because it basically puts these in a pull-through configuration. So yeah, regarding this printer and the number of streams, we'll have at least one more dedicated stream to finish. Because like I said, I cannot start putting the panels on, and I'm not putting all of the panels on. I'm going to put the left side panel on. But before I put that panel on, I need to get the wiring finished, because a lot of the wire that I need to finish on it goes to the FDM tool docks, which you'll lose access to when you put the left side panel on. You have to put the left side panel on before you can mount the water cooling pieces. And because they go there's one, the water cooling stuff mounts to the left panel, and then two, the water cooling connections go through that panel as well. So we'll put the left panel on after we finish getting our wiring done, which I should have some 20 gauge black cable today to finish those last few wiring harnesses. If it comes in while we're still streaming, then we'll work on it. If not, then I will do it. I'll finish out building those cables, and I'll just do the install. Maybe I'll stream of those 4 cables. Okay, so let me move this stuff out of the way so I don't knock over all my screws again. We need our radiator, and we'll need the 60 millimeter cooling fan that will go with it. Here we go. Radiator, the cooling fan. We're basically going through and doing all the prep work we need to put this stuff on the side, and then we'll add it in on the next stream. Ooh, nice, Nova Ninja. So I'm assuming that these are the miniatures for tabletop gaming. Just a little concussion. Board was in the wrong place at the wrong time, that my head was in the way. Were you riding a horse when you did that? Cauliflower soup, garlic, onions, carrots, cauliflower, a potato or two, and a little cheese later. That almost sounds like potato soup that you've added some cauliflower into as an additional filler. But okay, so we need the print fan shroud and use 4 M3 by 25 socket head cap screws. So I don't think we're going to use these that came with the water cooler, so we're just going to set those to the side. We'll need some M3 by 25 screws. M3 by 25 socket head caps. There is a relief channel. That's where our wires should exit. Where our wires do exit that side. We've got our water inlet outlet. So this fan is going to go there. Again, our wires on the bottom, according to our diagram, air's going to flow this way. The air direction always comes out where the label's at. We're going to be blowing air through the radiator. And we're going to need our fan shroud covery thing and our 4M3x25. So let's get these lined up and going. Dinos Rampant, which uses high sci-fi style miniatures. Okay, that's pretty cool. And we're just going to snug these up, get everything lined up, snugged up. We try not to break things. Yeah, watching me is a good way to rest. I'll put you to sleep. That's fine. You're putting up boards that the storm took down before the next storm, between wind and your cousin not paying attention. You got hit in the back of the head and saw stars. Well, that's not good. Yeah, definitely, take care of yourself. And, okay, you did go to the ER, so that's good. There you go. Good deal. Good deal. Take care of yourself, please. Insert the radiator fan assembly into the printed part housing from the back. During assembly guide the fan wire, or during the assembly, guys, I think I would be guide the fan wires through the channel marked in red. Okay, so this part, right, looks like we've got it oriented this way with our little ear facing the upside. Our connection's in the back there. And we're going to go water pump fittings to the side. And as we route this in, we want to make sure our wires get down in this channel here. Keep them from getting damaged. Locate, print, air guide, and secure to the back side of the radiator. Okay, so it looks like the radiator goes fully flush here. So we just need to make it so. Push it all the way forward so the radiator is flush. Making sure our wires down through that channel. Take our back piece here. It goes, lines up with the back side of the radiator right there. And we're going to use some M3x8, M3x6 socket head screws. To the back. This is mounting in through this part into the back side of the radiator. Yeah, potentially. There we go. Trying to get thread started is a little bit a pain. See? Almost feels like even though these are threaded, that they're not fully properly something. Telling with Mia and Bailey's, how's my little girl doing? How is my little Mia doing? Da Vinci, welcome on in. Welcome on in, my friendo. Almost like I'm not getting alignment. There we go. There we go. That's now our assembly. Removing existing water fittings from the inlet and outlet of the water pump. Use the below image as reference to install BSPT to tube fitting and a BSPT to barb fitting. Okay, so we'll need our water pump here. Well, that answer's easy. Yes, you're coming to Murph. Yeah, I'm sure she's a good let's chill buddy. And for now, I am going to go ahead and turn this off, which probably means I'll need it in like 2 minutes, but I'm going to try and get that out of the way so I don't burn myself. We've got our water pump out. And I don't have any fittings there yet, which is good. The barb fitting will seal via an O-ring and standard threads. The tube fitting will seal via pipe threads. Pipe threads become tighter slowly as the mating threads pitch begin to interface. If you've not worked with pipe threads before, please take time to familiarize yourself with it. Okay, so we need a couple of things from our water cooling bomb kit. I'm going to assume the barb fitting and not that one. We've got a barb fitting. We've got that barb fitting, 90 degrees. There we go. We're going to need this fitting and this fitting. The others will go back in here for the time being. And this does have the little O-ring already in it. Once again, the barb fitting will seal via an O-ring and standard thread, so we don't need to add any pipe fitting tape to this. And the barb fitting goes on the right side. I'll get dug this down a little bit later. And then the other side goes in with some pipe tape. And let me go grab my SAE wrenches. Actually, let me go grab my box end wrenches out of the garage. I will be right back, folks. Please talk amongst yourself. And like I said, I will be right back. I'll leave the camera on. I'm just going to mute myself. I'm back. That was pretty quick. So see what we probably have on these fittings. Not 1/2 inch. Let's go with the 9/16. Right, that one's good. Be careful as you're tightening this down. The case of this is plastic. And I'm trying to tighten it down without like potentially breaking this as I'm wrenching and torquing on it. But both of those are nice and tight now. We've got an O-ring on this side, and this side is sealing up with the um, pipe tape, thread tape, and compression fit there. So that's good. This is going to be our water pump. Slide the pump and reservoir down into the water console until it is fully seated. The water pump wires should be guided into and through the slot shown in red. Once seated, locate print pump strap and secure the pump using M3 by 25 socket head cap screw. So we're taking this housing, right? Looks like here's our fan, here's that little trough thing there. And we're going to put it in and we're going to make sure that our wires route through here as we slide this in. Means that we don't get to use our little LCD display. Gently push that all the way down in. Make sure our wires are still good. And we're going to take our pipe strap here, or whatever strap we call that, and that's going to go right over the top. We'll use an M3 by 25 down into that little ear. So we'll scoot these all out of the way so I can trip over them later. What was it? M3 by 25. M3 by 25, socket head cap screw. Of course, that's going to be tight. So let me grab the old reamer. Zoom that out just a bit. Hey, K2, how's it going? Is it 5 sleeps? All right, so that'll go on. Our screws should now go through there gently. We're going to line it up in that hole and just tighten it down so that everything becomes snug. Okay. Mount the water console. So this whole piece to the left enclosure panel, the location shown within 3x8 socket head cap screws. And so this is where we'll be at a stopping point because we won't be able to mount this. But this is going to go up flush against the panel and we'll come in through the panel with some M3x8s into these two here. Locate the BPST and the other barb fittings. So that would be this one and this one. So this has the threaded side on it and a push fit for the tubing. We're going to take our copper barb, put it in the other fitting. We're going to apply some of our pipe tape to it. K2, when's the lawsuit going to be filed against Creality for the use of the K2? Yeah, we're doing well, making my Nexus. Things are getting better. That's good to hear. You've arranged a licensing and settlement agreement. That's good. Means they won't sue you. Yeah. Okay, so when you do this, you want to wrap your threads in the direction of the threads. That way, as you're threading it in, no, let me rephrase that. Yeah, in the direction of the threads, so that as you thread it in, the if anything, it tightens the tape, not loosens it. So we're going to do a couple of tight pulls on this, which will pull that tape into the thread. And pop it off. And then make sure any any piece like this where it's starting to overlap, pull it back over. You want to keep your tape from getting down into the fitting when you actually go to install the fitting. And I'm just going to kind of push on the threads as I turn it, just to drive it down into the groove a little bit better. Okay. We're just going to take these two and join them together. And holy, holy matrimony. Means I'm going to need to get my wrenches again. I was like, literally, where did I just put my wrenches? I just moved them. Assuming our one barb fitting is going to be the 9/16 and the other one's going to be probably 5/8. That assumption was wrong. There we go. So 11/16 for that female end, 9/16 for the other end. We're just going to make these two pieces one. People have accents down there. Whoops. And I'm assuming we want to get these pretty darn close. The more tape you use, the harder it's going to be to wrench these two together. He needs to go to the gym and work out. We just build printers. We're probably not going to get it a direct flush fit, but we're going to make sure we have lots of good thread engagement. I will definitely say yes, they do begin to get tighter as you tighten them together. Oh, hey, Mr. Dragon. Thank you. All right. I think we're pretty good. Like I said, we're not fully flush, but I don't think we're going to get there, or at least not without me getting some heavy gloves, so I'm not work cranking and working on my hands here as much. I'm pretty sure we're pretty good and tight on these. All right. Yep, we're good. As much as I'm getting without hurting myself. So we've got those ready. This slips down into our um, retainer piece, just like that. And that'll get assembled to the left side of the machine. Through the panel. Yeah, if I'm having to put my legs into it, I'm probably good. Exactly. Hey, Nick, welcome in. She's not practicing with it yet because I don't have the wheels on it, and but they are going to go with her tomorrow. Um, Duncan Run. We are going to send her with the robots tomorrow. Evil Diesel brought the Death Racer over this morning, so we're going to have one Death Racer, the two battle bots, several printers, and all the stuff needed for the table, of course. And I'm going to try and put as many printers as I can in the car. So here's a thought. This stuff gets mounted to the left panel. We're going to go ahead and get our panels prepped. We'll hold that thought. We're going to get our panels prepped. Where did I put the panels? Not, yes, they are. Let me see if I can dig the panels out real fast. And if so, we'll prep the panels and we'll hang stuff because the stuff hangs on the panels. Let's see if we can't hang stuff on the panels ahead of finishing up the wiring. That way it's hang the panel and life gets easy peasy. All right, there's the left and right bottom panels. Door panel. Okay, it's the one with all of the weird holes in it. So front side is this side because it's got the cutout. So I love this would be the exposed side. Figures. All right, one side done. Oh yeah, this one is definitely going to be heavy. I'm going to grab this stuff and scoot it off to the side. So that I can put the panel up here. Get this other piece off, hopefully without scratching it. Sorry guys, I'm going to grab one of these. Okay. If I'm going slow on these, they tend to come off pretty good. Though I have had, especially with the paper backing, I have had them just be a complete bear to get off. And I think it's because the paper's been on the acrylic for so long that the adhesive is really and fully set. So I had the same thing with some of the aluminum panels for my airplane, where if it sits on there for too long, it's really hard getting it off, and you almost have to use a either some heat or some type of solvent to get it off. Once again, it is saying not that there's some static electricity there. that this is the front side with our cutout. This lower cutout is over on this side, so this is considered the front. Mount and loosely secure one panel lock at each of the four corners of the panel using M4 by 8 button head screws. M4 by 8. Hey, guess what I'm going to need? I'm going to need those panel clips that I put away earlier. Once again, our goal is to get this ready to be mounted so that we can do as much as we can without having those other four wiring harnesses on there. So the sharp point of the diamond should face downward, and the head of the fastener will meet the front of the panel. Remember to leave them loose for the time being. So we're going to install it so that this is up against the back of our panel and our point is facing down. So see how on this piece it looks like the hole is high and the point is low. That's how we're going to be installing these, and I'm keeping them loose, as they said, for now, because once again, this is going to flip in and then gravity flip down, and then we'll tighten these in. Yeah, Mrs. Dragon's going to haul the gear. She's going to take several days to drive out there. That's why she's leaving on Sunday. And then me and Evil Diesel are driving, or excuse me, driving. We're flying out Friday the 19th. We'll hit Loveland. Mrs. Dragon will pick us up along with her mom and brother. And we'll head up to, we'll drive up to Loveland from Denver International. Probably grab something to eat on the way. And then we're going to help KB3D set up their booth. And then we'll get set up ourselves. So if everything goes right, we should be just checking to make sure I mounted all four of those in the same way, and I did. So pointy side down on all four. Now that provides a little bit of a standoff for us. We've got those four on. Now we're going to insert 5 BSPP Bowden fittings from the back side of the panel, secure with 5 10mm spring steel clips. Okay, it's not these. These are the pass-through fittings that will go through there, but it's not those that we're looking at. We go get in the box and see what else we may have in here. Cable, foam tape. We will need the foam tape. That. Um, seeing something. I'm not seeing those fittings. Let me double, triple check these boxes to make sure I didn't. That's just what's left of the electronic stuff for the thingamabobber. This is leftover belt. Whoop, whoops, whoops. There we go. That's what we're looking for, these fittings. That's what we're looking for. So we should have 5 of these. We've got 5 of those and our little spring clamps that are going to be used to hold them in place. Get those out. And that's the issue, is I was looking at these and thinking that these were water fittings. I don't think these are water fittings. These are the PTFE tube fittings. So these are going to come through. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where they're going to come through. Pieces will go there, and then we'll take these spring fittings and a combination of push and twist around them to hold those in place. And there is kind of a crown on these fittings. It's hard to show. That crown is facing outward. Well, darn it. So if Blackbox was going, Blackbox would be the only thing going. Just because Blackbox is that big. So Blackbox will be making its debut at, Blackbox will be making its debut at MRF, and it will be at 3D Printtopia as well. I was going to say KB3D should have theirs, but KB3D is not going to have their Blackbox there. because they are flying into Rocky Mountain. So I'm actually going to be bringing the Rook 2020 for their booth again. Okay, so we've got those 5 in. So here's the option. Oops, I'm sorry about that. I'm sitting here looking at the instructions and nobody ever said that you're not seeing the instructions. Ay, ay, ay. So, so in the instructions here, it says prepare 3 lengths of 3mm thick foam tape, and we're putting it on the side that our clips are on. It just popped off, so we put that back on. These little ring clips really aren't holding on anything fierce. So we're going to put our foam on this side. So the same side that we've got our clips on, that's the side that we're going to put our foam tape on. And it says it can be applied to the frame, which is a little tougher to work with, but it's aesthetically cleaner and allow for panel replacement. So if we crack this panel and we need to replace it down the road, we would be able to replace the panel without having to deal with the tape. But if I'm replacing the panel, I'd be taking the tape off anyhow. I'm going to put the tape on here. And the reason it says more aesthetically pleasing is, let me take a look at the foam tape that ships. I have a feeling almost did it again, folks. Almost did it again. Put that up and get it out of the way before I hurt myself. There we go. So our foam tape, I'm going to go ahead and get the back started off of it. Okay, so this is good. So this foam tape just has a straight black background. So this is fine. Some of this foam tape has a lattice backing on it. Almost looks like, like waste backing that you would use in sewing. And it shows through on panels. That's why I said more aesthetically pleasing to put it on the frame versus the panel sometimes. So why is yours going to be twice as big? Are you purposely building yours even larger? So it looks like we're basically going to be going right down the line from our corner piece. And we just want to try and keep this straight as possible. And I'm applying very little pressure. Feeling the backing, lining it up, and then use very little pressure and try not to pull it. You don't want to stretch it. You just want to keep it kind of straight and in line. But as soon as you push down, it's going to start adhering. That's one side. And all we're doing is running it pretty much from the corner to the corner of our mounts. Thanks, Kevin. Come on, there we go. I'm just eyeballing the gap and trying to keep that gap consistent as I put this down. Very light pressure. And we'll add pressure, of course, when we actually mount this on the frame. But by using very light pressure now, you should be able to kind of pick it back up and adjust it a little bit here and there as needed. Okay, foam tape's now added. It said the three sides, so we're not putting any at the bottom. Okay, so let me put all the clips back on that fell off. I feel I'm going to be fighting these little clips all the time. I think I would like these better if we had like printed screw downs versus these little clips, because these little clips are not holding very well. That'll be something, that'll be feedback I'll give back to Chris as far as these particular mounts or the way that these mount. Okay. Now it wants us to put these press fit connectors on. And when we put those in, basically what we're going to do is we're going to slip them through the top of these keyhole slots and then raise this up and then set it back down on our clips. That's kind of why I said before that we needed to have these in place. And when we put this panel in place, taking it apart becomes a pain. So I need to get the wiring done on the tool heads before I start hanging this. You see what I mean here? It goes through the top slot, and then we'll press these down into the gap. And this kind of shows you the clips, how they go into those corner brackets, those little diamond shapes that are on the corner brackets. That's where they are going to align to. Okay. So if we come back over here, once again, we don't have the panel on yet, but we could potentially mount these to that side panel and have them ready to go. It'll make the side panel maybe a little heavier, a little more unwieldy, but so be it. These are M3x8 socket head cap screws. So bring this back up. And those water coolers going to mount right back here with M3x8 socket head cap screws. What I'm going to do is go ahead and just put one of these through from the back. Hold this up and use that to get it started. Hey, Marcus, how's it going? Okay. So those are started. Go ahead and tighten them up. We're going, we're compression fitting this to the acrylic. Do not ugga-dugga these. Get them tight and you're done. Right? Snug them, done. Do not try and torque these or you will crack your acrylic and then you'll be having a bad day. So that piece is mounted. We put that piece together. We've got it there. And we're going to mount this into this hole right next to our piece there. So we need another M3x8. Remember right? Yeah, another M3x8. We're just trying to go through and get a few things done as we can. And the barb is going down, or our barb fitting is facing down. Mhm. Hmm. Okay, interesting, Marcus. And that was an Ender 3 that's running Marlin, standard Marlin firmware, and it's going to 100% without printing. It- Um, any Ender 3 peeps here? Because my Ender 3 was an OG Ender 3, and this is the newer version Ender 3. And I don't even have mine here to play with, and it's running Clipper. So mine's over at Evil Diesel's house. Now we're going to cut a length of soft silicon tubing and fully seat each end at the radiator and water pump as shown below. This guide will intentionally omit mention of specific lengths. Generally speaking, the goal will be to have as short of a given tube as possible while maintaining a smooth bend radius. Some users find it tempting to secure the silicone hose with a zip tie. Do not. The type of barb we use is negatively affected by this, especially when thin clamps are used. Just leave it as is. So what we're doing is we're going to run a tube from this rear barb fitting to the top barb fitting on the radiator, right? So from here to here, okay? We'll need to run that length of tube. Means my little things are probably going to fall off. One more of them will. So this is that soft silicone tube that we've been dealing with, or we've been dealing with, that we've been working around that keeps coming out everywhere. One second, folks. All right, folks, I'm trying to see if I had gotten notification of a box arriving yet, and I don't. But good news, thankfully, is my tax return got filed. Yay, taxes. And if it's software, it would be the slicer, not the not the firmware, right? It's going to be a slicer issue. So what I want to do is I'm going to install this on this barb first. We're just going to push it, and I'm going to push it as far onto this barb as I can get it. Like that. And now once again, this is going to go to the top barb, but I don't want to sit here and go like this where it can be kinking. I want it to be somewhat loose. And that looks pretty good. In fact, I'm going to go a little bit more and give myself like a little bit of serviceability to it. So if I ever have to pull this off and redo this fitting, I won't need to go and get new tube just to do it. So short, no kinkage, but enough that if I do need to cut an end off, I can and have a little bit left over. So that's good. Now we're going to go from the lower radiator to this other barb fitting that we have here. Okay. And once again, I think I'm going to go on the barb fitting because that's going to be longer and a little bit more of a pain probably, or not. Yeah, that slid on real easy. And once again, we need to bring this around gently. Probably something like that. Okay. Nice gentle runs. And now we're going to prepare the other two elbow fittings and get these into the last water block. We had discussed before that we don't want these seated like completely all the way down on the so if I were to screw this all the way in, it's pretty much going to bottom out on the copper, which means it won't be able to do anything but go through those small paths there. So we had talked before that that's probably not a good idea. Grab the wrenches. Four by eights. You've used the Creality and Cure slicer on the default settings, but still the same problem. Yeah, I do not know. I really I really don't know. Like I said, it's been a while since I've done reality stuff. Yeah, so what I'm doing is just going down to the where the pipe thread is at. Once again, if I bottom it out, then it's going to be bottomed out on the right against the back of the copper. if I go and bottom out the threads, it's going to leave a little bit of a gap, right? So I think that's the better way to go. Yeah, these have the ability for the plastic elbow to spin freely. Not this one. I may wind up having to take the other one out just to be able to get this one in because it does not have the ability to spin freely. Oh yeah, at this point I'd be calling Creality support. The place you bought it from probably won't be able to deal with that unless they're like, unless the Creality folks say, "Yep, this is a return." Um, and then in which case they'll tell you to probably take it back to your reseller. When saying, "How are you doing?" Bexy Bean, I don't know if you're still out there, but if you are, I hope everything's going well. Okay, there it is. That one is moving. It just was really not wanting to move until I started cranking this down on there. Once again, I'm seating these in there to where um, the pipe tape is just even with the top of the water block, bottom of the water block, a part of the water block. Oh, hey, Jedi Spidey. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Give me 1 second here, folks. I'm trying to crank down this water fitting. Oh, welcome on in, Jedi Spidey, or Jedi Spid, sorry. And Jedi Spidey, yep, you're right. Jedi Spidey and your Raiders. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming over and joining my community. My name is Digital Dragon. I'm a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch, and we just hit an ad. So we will come back right after the ad. All right, just another 30 seconds for the ads to go through. Oh, you're welcome, MakerMind. So I'm going to set this down on the ground here. Hoping that that wouldn't happen, but it did. It'll drive me nuts. I'm still going to have to figure out a way of literally screwing these on, figure out what size connectors those are. Okay. Okay, ads over. Welcome on back. Yep, and you're back. Thank you, Jedi Spidey. So, yeah, perfect timing for the ads, huh? So, my name is Digital Dragon. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. And what I mean by that is I do everything from machine assemblies, such as like a Prusa or maybe like assembling an Ender 3 or a commercials type printer where you're just having to play a Ruptor set and put a few components together, to full up machine builds, either from kit or fully getting cut or cutting a frame and drilling and tapping the frame myself, like we did on the 0G Mercury 1 right here in the middle. I do 3D printing, such as my cosplay helmets here. This is one of my Warhammer 40K helmets. This is all 3D printed. Not a piece on this has been painted. This is raw 3D print, right? To prototyping. I took place in the TradRack beta, and now that they're out of closed beta to an open beta and an RC1, we'll be reprinting those and redoing a TradRack for the Annex Engineering K3 right here. Yeah, Jedi Spidey, that particular helmet was a. Ooh, thank you. Um, that particular helmet is a raw 3D print. So, give me 1 second here as I dox myself. Sorry. Food Depot. Thank you for the follow, Venom the Sith. Thank you, thank you. Lots of packaging for a little spool. But that spool is critical because that spool is one of the 2 orders I put in for some 20 gauge wire. This is aerospace grade Tefzel wire. So it's 100 foot of Tefzel wire. So this is basically 20 gauge PTFE based wiring that's mil spec aviation grade. So we couldn't get any more Lineo black 20 gauge from KB3D. He was sold out, so I had to get it someplace else. And Tube Depot had it, so that's where I went. And I also have some that finally made it to the States from AliExpress. So exactly. Follows are free, so I appreciate that. If anybody wants to follow, if you like what you're seeing, that's great. Please go ahead and follow. I'm getting ready to put the Blackbox printer up here. So let me get a couple of things out of the way because she chonky. He is chonky. Lift with your legs, not your back. So this is our girl, Blackbox. This is the printer that we have been working on. Let me raise you up here so you might be able to get her in her full majesty a bit. But This is 2020, excuse me, not 2020, 4040 series frame. This is all 4040 series. We do have some 2020 just for like the Z axis, the bed mount, some 2060 for cross bracing at the bottom. But hey, shenanigans, welcome on in. But this is a 5-head tool changer, right? I've got 4 of the 5 heads populated, and I needed that wire so that I can build my last or finish building my last wiring harness, as well as finish off my wiring harnesses that are coming up here and attaching to, here, let me bring you underneath here. Basically, you've got a wire that comes up on one side, and it's a straight pass through into the tool head wires, right? So that's your heater and thermistor wires that get routed down and up. So yeah, that's your tool head wires. And what I'm trying to do is get all 5 of my wire looms in place prior to putting this panel on, because that panel that we were working on goes right here, and it covers up all access to these without taking that panel back or physically unmounting your dock, which means if you unmount your dock, you're redoing all your calibration again, right? So what I'm going to do, and I just realized this, I got to turn this around, which is never easy with this. So what we're going to be doing is mounting the water block that we just finished. That water block is going to get mounted to this plate right here. So we have one water block that's connected to the back side of this plate, and this has an aluminum arm that goes all the way across and is butted up against the heater block, or the heat block, and this is the cooling block, the heat break. So when it's docked, this side is touching this rear plate, which is keeping it water cooled. When it's docked on the tool head, this side is touching the front face of this plate, which is wicking all the heat up. It's soaking the heat up. It's going to be on the water block, and we'll have water lines coming all the way around. So that's how we keep our tool head cool while it's not in use and while it is in use, is through these water loops. So we need to get this mounted up here. We also need to run the other couple of wires. And just for giggles right now, I want to run those additional wires so that they're up here before I mount that water block, because it's going to be right in this area where we need to get to the extruder motor. Let me grab those 3 wires. So what do we have? We've got the A motor. We've got the E motor, so this would be the extruder motor. And all of these cables were hand built by me. If you buy the kit, there is an option. You can either hand build your cables like I did, or there is Lineo cables available. I'll say normally. Right now, there's some production delays, so that's why I went ahead and built my own wire looms, is to be able to keep this project moving forward. Okay. So we do have to feed these around a couple of the A couple of these, we can't open them up because we've already got them zip tied to allow for our water hoses to be tied in. So we're just going to feed this through. Once again, we'll have the E-motor, we'll have the um, tool locking motor. And I'm trying to think if there was anything else that needed to go in here. Double check and make sure that everything's got a connector before we close this up and move on to the water block. So, and the reason I was building these versus, say, using prefab cables is these particular cables are 2.5 meters long, and I could only find like 2 meter cables. The only 3 meter cables I was finally able to find were from AliExpress. So, then bear with me 1 second. Chris, KB3D Chris from, of course, KB3D, sent me some pictures on how he had routed his wiring. So I'm just trying to double check how he had wired his. Yeah. So this is directly wired in and it loops around. Our tool lock in stop loops around here. We'll have our Z end stop and our part fan. The part fan is right here. I just need to cut it shorter and make the, join it to the microfit. The Z end stop is mounted over here. I have to take it off, do a little pigtail on it that I can plug in. And then I still need the end stop as well. This is the tool lock motor. Yeah, and these wiring harnesses really are not that bad. They're not hard to do. It just takes a little bit of time, and then you get frustrated when you do things like that. You route it, you plug it in, and then realize that you have to put this connector through this hole first, which means you got to take it back out. Got it through there first. There we go. And yes, this is a pretty big printer. So this is a 300 by 300 by, I think it's like 295 is the Z height on it, that it winds up being. And it uses the standard 2.4 or Trident plate. Most of them are being made, I'll call them amorphous, for it can work for either one. And so it uses a standard plate the Mandala Roseworks plate, so it's got the embedded magnets on it, which are really, really nice. You can get just the standard plate as a little bit less expensive option, and um, that would allow for, sorry, the use of the sheet style magnets. And that would be something to think about if you're going to go off script and like try and use an eddy current probe versus the standard probe setup that we have here. So in essence, this printer uses kind of the Voron method. We do have the Sex bolt installed as well as the Z end stop. So the Sex bolt will define the initial height of the bed, or the basically your bed end stop, your Z end stop for the bed. And then you'll also have a sorry folks, a Z end stop on the tool head that'll be used for probing for the tool head for your Z offset. So kind of that standard setup there. See if Luke can stab him. Wasn't blood today. Okay, so this is going to come over, and this once again has a Molex Microfit 3, and we're going to trim these wires off of our NEMA 8 tool lock motor, pin it out appropriately, and connect that in there. What I'm trying to do is most of these are going to come straight through here. The Z end stop is actually going to come up and over like this, but the rest of them are going to come this way and just get zip tied together. I'm still need the what is this, the X end stop? So I have another cable over there I need to go and grab. And I didn't go ahead and sleeve these because I don't have any really thin sleeving for these. And I I think getting a lot of sleeving, seeing as how these are going to get routed through this vertical chain, which is kind of space constrained and limited, sleeving adds bulk. Now, it's not going to be a moving cable chain down here, but it's going to add too much bulk. If we'd used a thicker cable chain down here, we could have used something else, but that wasn't what was called for. So let's see, we've got this is the other tool mount, FDM dock 3, FDM dock 2, dock 3, FDM dock 4. Okay, this is the A motor. A motor is this motor over here. We'll bring it down around, and it's going to join into our cable chain and go down. And apparently, I may have still shorted myself the X end stop, so I haven't done that one yet. Either that or yep, I've shorted myself the X end stop. I thought I'd already done it, but I do not see it over here. Well, that stinks. So that'll be another cable that I have to build, that I will build off stream, is that X end stop cable. I might even do that later today if I can get the car packed out. And that's going to go right here, so it should be good to go. So this wire is going to come up and over that way. The rest of these wires are going to come straight across, and I'll just zip tie these together so that they're captured and out of the way. Got a few zip ties right here. Yes, so if you look for Blackbox XYZ, in fact, give me a second and I will throw the link on here. It is GitHub. Box is blackbox3d.xyz. There you go. Okay, Jedi Spidey, you're going to lurk mode. Thank you. A couple of helmets you need to go do some post print work. Oh, definitely not a problem. Not a problem. I understand that. Um, it is getting greener out there. It is. Um, Let me just verify what all I have here. Black blue, stop. Free pen is going to be for PL stuff. 2 motor wires. Yep. Actually, for these. Hey, there's the X stop. There's the X stop. I thought I was pretty sure I built it. I just had it sitting down on the printer itself. Lucky me. Okay, so lucky me. As this just handled itself up. So we got our X and stop here now. So let me go ahead and get this run. What I tried to do is it called for specific colors for all of the end stops. Well, it called for the same color for all of the end stops. So each one of my end stops, I just wound up using a different color for each one for the signal wire because they use power and ground, right? They do require 3.3 volt power and ground for these Hall effect sensors, but I used a different color wire for the signal wires, just to hopefully help make it a little bit easier if I have to pull them apart and do troubleshooting later on. That comes around here and is going to go into our X stop down here on the side. Oh, why are you not? And why it's not like lining up on the pins and going in. There we go. Okay, the excess go. I'll have to snip and redo that one zip tie. That's not a problem. What I want to do is try and zip tie things over here to keep the strain relief going. The motor. That one. Probably without snipping any wires. Recrimp it or zip tie it. Put a zip tie on and get all but one of the wires. This again, all wires. Okay, so all of our tool head wires are there. This once again is our X in stop. It's going to come around over on this side and go straight down into our X in stop. We'll need to terminate our tool lock motor, and we'll need to terminate our part cooling fan into a 2-pin microfit that lines up, and we'll be good there, which means we should be able to close up our cable chain, because everything now has a connection run up for it. And we do have slots in the frame, or in the cable chain mounts to run zip ties. So just make sure that you do that, because you need to have your strain relief on your cables. You don't want zip ties in the cable chain, but you want them on the ends to keep, to help keep your cables from fraying and such. So make sure that you do your zip ties as appropriate for strain relief. One there and one at the other end. Screen release. Hmm. This A motor, like I said, is going to go over on the other side, so I'm going to hold off on this for just a second. We'll get the water cooling mounted, or the water block mounted, and then we'll work on this cable. So our water block, back over to Blake. Yeah, this is a, like I said, this is a hefty printer and it's heavy. And it's going to get heavier as we add, the enclosure to it. When we add the water pump to it, when we add the water into the water pump, it all just adds up. And it's going to be one of those things that eventually this is going to have a stand and it's going to sit on that stand and not move except to get picked up and go to shows. Well, I might have to talk to Mrs. Dragon about letting me put this on a stand in a different room downstairs so that we're not having to carry it up and down to go to shows. Because that's the biggest fear for me is not that I drop it, but that I drop it or I fall up, going up and down the stairs. Because one, that's just going to take me out. Two, it's going to take walls out and stuff on the way down. It'll just get bad. So we need to mount our water block here. And we also need to clean this surface and clean the surface of our water block prior to installing that water block on there. Okay, you can kind of see how that water block's going to fit. So, a couple of things I need to do is one, make sure I have my water block out and available. That makes sense. So I got my water block. We're going to peel the protective cover off of the water block. I'm going to wipe this down with some isopropyl alcohol. I'm going to wipe the aluminum frame itself down with some IPA. And then we'll come back in, let things dry for a second or two, and we'll get out our boride nitride paste. Get that wiped down. Wipe down the X carriage bracket here. Okay. While that IPA is drying, we will grab the screws that we're going to need to install that, which are M3 by 16s. M3 by 16s. M3 by 16s. We're going to grab one of our little plastic lids here, just to be on the safe side, because every time I tried to do this borate nitride paste, it winds up squirting everywhere. So I can be a little gentler. So we're going to dab some borate nitride on here. It called for a pea-size dab. Then we're just going to use our M3 by 16 screws to screw this onto the surface. For you, they're out of the way. Trying not to touch any of the surfaces yet. I don't believe is an M3 hole. Sounds good, Pezlas. Get our other screw ready here. And try and find the right spot for this to be at so that we can get a screw in the other side. Requires me to know where the heck that other screw's at. There it is. And we'll have to clean up that excess borate nitride. And I'm going to need my ball end touch screw here. We're trying to make sure that we're picked at an angle as much as possible. We want to keep it fully in contact up here at the top, while at the same time minimizing how far down it pushes into our block here. So I'll show you what I'm talking about. But let me get ready to get some of this borate nitride out of the way. So we need to be able to get to our extruder motor while keeping this top at least flush with the top of the X plate. And then we can try and wipe all this excess borate nitride paste that's squished out. We can try and clean that up as much as we can. Guys down there. Tighten these screws down so that borate nitride should have squished down around everything. And I am seeing it pretty good. So just like doing a CPU if you've ever built a computer. Oh, back up here. Go. Now our cable chain's good. We've got our water block mounted. We'll go ahead and put our boride nitride away. We are going to wind up having plenty of extra here that we can use for repairs or other builds. Okay, move this so I don't put my hand in it. Cool. And now what's cut 2 lengths of nylon tubing to serve as the plumbing between the left enclosure panel and the previously installed tool head water block. Below render shows these tubes as they are installed when fully mounted and secure. Note the loop at the far end, marked in green, must be retained. These tubes, when secure, must allow for movement of the tool head without binding to all corners of the build area. So this is, we're going to be routing them through these clips on the inside of our loop, but we have to come up and in to prevent kinkage of our tubes at this end coming into the water block. So be sure the first 4 to 5 millimeters of tubing is clean and without deformation or gouges. Because these are push to fit, as you push it down in this connector, there is an O-ring that's going to seal it up, and that's what keeps it in place. So I'm going to hold off on doing this plumbing for the time being. These renders do show us how we're going to bring our tubes around and down. So that we'll work on these things in the next stream. So let's do some of the remainder of our wiring. And then maybe we'll come back and do some of this, or we'll call it a day, one of the two. So let's go ahead and do the remainder of our wiring, which is really just going to be routing and tracing things. So best to work this. I'm going to try and turn this around 90 degrees without dropping it or pushing anything off the table. There we go. Because all of my wire coming from the top here needs to route around the back and come down this side cable chain. Let me see if I can bring you guys over here. So all of our wires come around through this hole, down the inside, and it's going to come down and get routed right along the back side of this. There's some cable slot here that it's going to get zip tied to. And then it's going to come in and go down our cable chain under, and then in and around and I think most of the stuff's going to come up over here and a couple of things over here. So we're going to kind of go up and around to our board. So let me just do this a little bit better. So that's what I'm going to be working on is getting this cable piece as one unit and bringing it around through the cable ties and getting it put down into place. Pull this stuff through. And so what I did for each one of my cables was I when I built them with a um, label on each end that says what it's connecting to at each end. So my cable ties are already set up that says, you know, plug into this board. So it makes it a little bit easier. I don't need to sit here and go, oh, well, which wire is this? Because I know where it goes onto the board. Figure out I don't want those too tight. Where are the there are no zip ties in these troughs? And you're thinking there's zip ties here. There may not be zip ties. Not. It's kind of like just okay. And they're thinking there's zip ties there, and there's not. So I'm going to have to bring this around gently with some zip ties, tying everything together. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to zip tie this bundle of wires together, and then I will zip tie them to the other wires coming from the FDM tool heads ports. That way it'll hold them up and out of the way and keep them in the back so that they are out of the way. So is anybody else working on anything fun and interesting for Remurf or any other projects? You know, Spidey had made a comment that he was working on helmets. They're always cool. Okay. These need to come in and drop down into our cable trough. So let me open my cable trough up back here. When I'm doing this, I'll also bring our A motor around and into the cable trough as well. Okay. Um, A motor wire. Bring this connector up and through. Okay. Oh, now there's a part of me that wants to not run this through the cable chain and run it straight down the front side and then just kind of loop it around and down because I could potentially do that. No, I might run into an issue there. We're gonna have to run it through the cable. So we get that pulled back. Hmm. Not sure how best to route this to keep it not visible as much as possible. We'll see. Lay it in there like that. So it's going to come in like this. Go in there. Brown locks that in. Lot of wires going in this trough. It's a good thing that this is not a moving. This is just a, we'll call it a cable ladder, not a cable chain. It's just providing a vertical path. I'll pull all this stuff through. In this particular front trough, I may have to reorganize some stuff because my wires are not, I may have made it so my wires are coming down tight. I may need to take and move this trough over some to be able to get the trough door all the way on, if that makes sense. Especially based on the amount of wires that we're pulling through here now. Yeah, because this cover is just, it's not going to sit on there. So we're going to have to move this piece down some. I should be able to do that from, can't do it from the underside. I got to do it from the front. So let me try and turn this thing 180 degrees without dropping it off the table or knocking anything else off the table in the process. Much easier said than done. Because what I want to do is see about bringing you guys around. Okay, so this can't get all the way over there in the corner, right? So what I want to do is pull these wires back here. What I want to do is pull these wires out, unscrew this to loosen it, pull it down some, so I'll be able to make this bend and keep everything in the cable trough. So we're just going to pull these wires forward and out so I can then get to that screw, which is a pair of um, joys of cable routing. So what I've got to do is, what wire is still connected in there. The way these work, I've got to take the two screws off that mount it to the plastic part, then move the plastic part down because I won't be able to get to the screw that holds the plastic part on until I take the trough off. Is not that driver. Or is it? Assembling the TD1 kit, nice. Um, it looks interesting. I would really like to probably do one. Ooh, that's do one. That looks good. Um, Now if I can get this sucker back in. Okay. Now we should be able to take all of these and tuck them back in. We'll have a little bit of tightness to figure out there, but I can work with this now. I can work with it. So these guys need to go under this and around, and we need to make sure that we go under missing the or under missing our Z rod. That makes sense. There's our Z-axis rod that drives on the two pulleys. So we're pulling this through, and then we're going to come up and go back down this side. Kind of like we're just doing a big U-turn at the end here. Big bundle of cables. There we go. Now, oops, these will have to get routed in there as well. Once I get that figured out, not a problem. Doable. These are the power in. Okay, let's see if I can flip this around without knocking you guys off the table. If I do, I apologize in advance. like we did it. Okay. Not much room there, guys. Okay, so some of this stuff is going to the 6HC, some's going to the 3HC. We just kind of need to go through and figure out what's going to go where. That and untangle this blob of cable some. Oh, doesn't need to be fully untangled, but the more I can untangle these now, the better it'll be when I'm trying to route them the rest of the way in the cable sheet. This is where maintenance becomes a nightmare when you have to try and get all of these untangled later on. But we're just going to go with the fact of we're never going to have to trace these out. Everything was done right. It's going to be beautiful. We never have to mess with our wires again. I think we're pretty good. So this one is going to the 6HC DRV1, 6HC drive 1. That's going to come back down here and over into driver 1. It's going to be this middle one right here. Seems like some extra long cable there. This is 6HC IO4. And that's kind of extra long. Figure that out. 6HC IO1. But 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So IO1 would be this one. Output 7. We got 8, 9, 7 would be next to that. There. And let's get a good cable routing going. Uh, XHCIO4. These are our outputs. These are our inputs. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. IO4. IO3. Both these are going to want to come in and go somewhere down like right there. Pull the excess forward and back. This is 6HC driver 3. We have 0, 1, 2, I believe 3 is back down here. And the last one is driver 4. There's a part of me that thinks I might want to put some stuff down through here. Some of our extra bulk wire. Try to keep all my wires untangled. I still got them tangled. One's going there. One's going there. Trying to do some cable management, keeping things somewhat tidy and pretty as much as possible. Like some of our wires are a little longer than they needed to be. Either that or I didn't route them the way they were expected to be routed. Or who knows, I may have just measured something very poorly. Anybody know what I did with the big cable chain cover here? Anybody? Probably knocked it off over on the other side, didn't I? No? Front row. Here's a short one. What we do with our long cable chain cover, everybody? There we go. I found it. Okay, one there. This stuff gets pushed in there, along with the one coming from there. This up. Now, when I do those other remaining cables, they're going to go, I think all of them, go back here to these. So it's going to come down the chain, across the trough, underneath, into this trough, and then out into these connectors. I think the IOs and the output, maybe these ones. So there's thermistors and heaters. So we're pretty close now. It's 2 o'clock, folks. I think we're getting close to done for today's stream. I am going to do some pretty stuff. By pretty stuff, I mean just trying to either cable tie some things out of the way or do something like that, just to try and keep some cable management going. But other than that, I think we are pretty close to done on wiring. Like I said, I got to do a couple of more, finish off a couple of more wiring loops and get those routed, but they're for the FDM tools here. And then we'll be done with the wiring piece. And we're truly into the enclosure and the water cooling, which we've got a good portion of that stuff prepped, because once again, we're not going to put all the enclosure on and cover things up just yet. I do want to actually get movement before I close in the rest of the printer. So this side here, where I'm at, is going to have a panel. And this will have the water cooling pieces and stuff like that. So that side goes over here. I may fiddle with this wire just a little bit to try and make this bend a little bit easier. But other than that, I think we're pretty close to done here. Well, not done, but we're pretty close to having like one stream left, and then we're good and golden. Um, I'm gonna put. I did get some 40/40, um, like some 40/40 slot cover. I'm gonna use it in a couple of places to put our wires out of the, tucked nicely out of the way, so that everything looks nice, or as nice as we can make it. Um, where it's all like this, where it's covered up, so you're not going to see the wires as much as possible. And yeah, that's going to be good, I think. Let me grab that 40/40, 40/40 living. Would be this one. Like I said, we'll put a little bit of this in just to make things look a little bit nicer. And then, oh yeah, oh yeah, that's going to do good. We'll put a couple of these in strategic places to cover up some wiring. And we've got the wire right here that we're going to try and cover up and protect. I'm not going to go through and install this everywhere. I'm just going to install it in a few places to provide good cable management. Keep things looking tidy. Right? Maybe do a little strip down there. Keep wires out of movement areas where we don't want them moving and visible. Unfortunately, this one is kind of too short to get around there nicely. It's going to have to be laid there. We are going to have a cover here as well. This is more of keeping the cables that are going to be visible off the side protected and safe. Let me turn this around. Let me move this camera before I knock it over. Once again, we've got this cable here as well. We can either bring it down the front or the side. We'll bring it down this front piece right here. So rather than looping around the side, we'll bring it right into the front, down and right under and around like we did on the other one. So don't think I need to do a little piece right there. I mean, I can, but not definitely needed. And it's just more of keeping cables from moving around as much now on these little pieces here. Okay, that'll protect those and keep them out of the way. Um, this one. The other one we went up with, and it's going to go up and around versus down because bringing it down and looping it around, we ran it through the cable trough. We've got this one running through the cable trough. So I'll just zip tie this up here and it should stay out of the way for now. And we'll play around with that if I need to, but I'd have to undo it all the way through the trough to route it some other way. Um, what else can we do? We need to run a USB cable. And once again, this is the USB-C cable that's going to power our Raspberry Pi because once again, if you're using a Raspberry Pi single board computer with your with your 6HC, it connects then with a ribbon cable, and that ribbon cable sits on the entire 40-pin GPIO. So that will prevent you from using any part of your GPIO pins. So which way? This key's in this way. This key's in this way. Where's our power at? Power's over here. I'm going to flip our Raspberry Pi around. Now doing this puts my power connector on this side and my 40 pin here. So when I'm running my cable, it's going to go like this and like this. And that'll leave my Cat 5 and my Cat 5 piece will be over here by the power outlet. So I need to bring this up and under around all the cables that I just pulled through there. Get this fitted into the connector on the SBC, on the 6HC. It hasn't made mention of connecting this in yet because you do not have to use this. You can use the onboard web interface of the 6HC versus using this cable and connecting it to your GPIO header. But that is where we are at. to verify the orientation of this cable before I do much more of anything here, like apply any type of power. But we can start figuring out length of our USB cable. And we'll leave ourselves a little bit extra if we need to. Well, let me rephrase it. It calls for a 40 centimeter of cable. So I could easily like go figure out 40 centimeters, cut it, and terminate the wire ends, and it's going to get plugged into our 5-volt DC buck converter here. So we're either going to stack the connectors, or I'm going to pull the 5-volt connectors off and re-terminate them, where I'm putting both the connectors that are pulling 5 volts, because one of them's coming over to provide 5-volt to the 6HC board. The other one's going to provide 5-volt to our Raspberry Pi. So I'll have to figure out the right length, cut this. But I'm going to go ahead and call it done here for the day, because once again, priority one, Mr. Dragon's leaving tomorrow, so I need to get the car packed. I need to get everything packed in that needs to get packed and get it in the car. We still need to do our bed, a little bit of wiring up here at the top. I will do the connectors off stream. I'm not going to sit here and fiddle with these on stream. But everybody, thank you for being here today. Let's figure out who we are going to raid out to. Let's see who we want to raid out to today. Who is online now? Okay, we're going to go over to my buddy Free Heathen. I know he's probably mad at me right now because of something I did for tomorrow, but that's okay. I'll give him a chance to be mad at me and vent on me. But I'm going to go ahead and get the raid started here, folks. So if you can, please go with me and raid on over into Free Heathen. Give him, 5, 10, 15 minutes. If he's not your cup of tea, feel free to raid and run. But let's give him a little bit of a look-see and share the love within the community. And thank you, everybody, for being here. Tuesday, we will be streaming. And then Thursday, we'll probably stream. And then I am hitting a plane Friday morning. So we'll play it by ear all next week. Thank you, everybody. And I will see you on Tuesday. Bye now.